Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we're continuing work on MonsterStone as it is the beginning of a new week. Well, at least for me. And we still have quite a few things that I want to do today to the UI that we're working on. So why don't we jump right ahead into Unity? So, well, since it is Tuesday and it's been basically, hasn't been since last Thursday since I looked at this, I need to make a little bit of a reminder for myself how far we are. We should be pretty far along because we got not only most of the visual aspect of the menus done, but most importantly the functionality. Let's see here, UI canvas, and see what we have because we're working on this options menu. Yes, in there. Right. Okay. Well, today maybe we're gonna try and see if we can implement some of the actual functionality into like the final iteration of what it's gonna be. There was one thing that I want to make sure I can do before we go ahead though, and that's to do the toggle button. Let's see here. Toggle setting, duplicate you. Just call you toggle setting too, I guess. Because one thing that I realized I will need for this options menu at some point is the ability for toggle buttons to sort of, well, toggle the other buttons, other toggle buttons that they might be associated with. So for instance, say, oh, if you want to mute all the audio in the game, for instance, but you also want the player to be able to mute individual audio sources, then of course you can't both. Well, I could technically just keep it as that, where if you mute the master source, then it's gonna mute all the other ones no matter what they're set to, because that is how it would work at the end of the day, most likely. But it does seem a little bit more nice if the things they like toggle accordingly. I don't know right now if it's actually something that I really need to do, but I was curious to see if I could actually get it to work. If I remember correctly, you do need something called a toggle group. Let's see here. Toggle group. What do I have in here? Okay. Allow switch off toggle group. Not a lot in there. What does toggle group do? Because that's one thing I seem to remember Unity. Having messed with it very little. Let's see, what does it say? Toggle group is not a visual UI control, but rather a way to modify the behavior of a set of toggles. Toggles that belong to the same group are constrained, so that only one of them can be switched on at a time. Pressing one of them to switch it on automatically switches the others off. Very well. This allows the node toggle is switched on. If this setting is enabled, pressing the toggle that is currently switched on will switch it off, so that no toggle is switched on. If this setting is disabled, pressing the toggle that is currently switched on will not change the state. Okay. Toggle group is set up by dragging the toggle group object to the group property of each of the toggles in the group. Okay. Toggle groups are useful anywhere the user must make a choice from a mutually exclusive set of options. Common examples include selecting player character types, speed settings, slow, medium, fast, etc. preset colors and days of the week. You can have more than one toggle group object in the scene at a time, so you can create several separate groups if necessary. Okay. So set up by dragging the toggle group object to the group property. Okay, so does that mean that it's in toggle? We've got our toggle here. Group. Okay, so there's one there. Dragging the toggle group object to the group property of each and every one. So what that tells me is that it should not be on one of the toggles. Okay. What would be a good way to deal with that then? Because if I put it on... Because the thing I have to consider here is the fact that these are going to be prefabs at some point. So that means that some object in this hierarchy needs to have the toggle group, but in a way so that it's flexible enough so that I can use it for all the cases that might arise. So it's either like putting it on the toggle button itself, and then in the use case renaming it so I can keep track of where the group is at. The thing is, a button can only have one group though. So it doesn't allow me quite to do what I wanted to do. That is actually a little bit annoying. But the question is, do I even need this toggle group then? Toggle game objects. So this just sets them to be enabled or disabled in the button interaction effects. And it's not what I need for this. But I guess it's possible that in this case I might be able to use the event system here, right? On value changed. So when this toggle button's value is changed, I can say set is on, enabled, interactable. But I can't tell it to be false though. And there's no other thing in here. Because doing it this way would not really allow me to do what I want either. Which is very annoying. The reason why is because I can't tell it here if it needs to explicitly set it to off. It's always just gonna toggle it. Is there not any way I can deal with that? Here's the toggle itself, right? You can set is on without notify as well, but still not set it whether or not it should be on or off. Bool is on. Is that the... Oh, that's this one. Okay, so I can set it there. That's probably it then. Because then I can say so that if... but that wouldn't work either because this is on value changed. It's not when on is on, basically. So this wouldn't work either. Almost there though, but not quite. Because I need is like to make a check when toggle on this, or a specific toggle is on. Then it needs to like take other toggles and then set them to is off, for instance, specifically. So the issue here being that some of the toggles could be on while some of them being off. So you can't just say, oh, switch the state from the opposite of what it currently is, because that would not do the trick. I think we're out in a situation where I might have to make a separate script and flow machine to deal with this. Given how this is supposed to, like, this is not something that's generically needed or usable like button interactions, but exclusively only used for toggle buttons and their interactions with each other. That would be nuts though, because that's the first time I would have 3 flow machines on one game object. What's in settings toggle exactly again? Like, what did it do? Let's see here. Because this is inherently for the settings toggle. I could put it in there, the functionality, but I would still need a script to contain the variables for it though. Because I need somewhere to assign a list of game objects. And currently, so far, it's just been using the actually, has it been using anything at all? Yes, it should have, right? Because it's settings manager get the settings UI variables. So that would be this one up here. I could add it to settings UI variables and then say like, oh, like have a list of game objects for the toggle functionality. Just so I don't need a separate script for it, because that's literally all the new script would contain and would be a bit silly. Especially since I guess this is already fairly like generic to the point where there's some variables here that you're never gonna use on a toggle, right? Case in point, I suppose, as none of these are even utilized on this one. Having one specific for toggles might be okay. Yeah, let's do it. I think that'll be fine. And we'll just add it to the bottom here. That should be a list of game. See, I could do game object, but I could also do specifically the toggles. Would there be any benefit of doing it that way? I guess the benefit would be that then you're certain that you're only adding game objects that have toggles. Question is, can I actually do that? Because I think, and then it's UnityEngine.ui, right, or something. Let's see if that gives us access to something. Yes. What do we call you? I guess we could call it toggle group. Toggle group disable or to disable or something. I was thinking now, do I ever need to have like, I might need more than one list. One for enable and disable, so that I mean, I might as well, because if you're toggling one button, maybe you needed to explicitly also enable another thing for it to even work. Would it be interesting to have a toggle as well? Can't really see why. But having one explicitly for disable and enable. Toggles. Enable. And disable. Disable. What's peak writing to me? Yeah. This day off, so he tried to contact me yesterday and I was like, I just did not hear it whatsoever. I have no idea why. Or rather, I have an idea as to why. I was playing Kepler, but there was something in the audio settings that I didn't quite bother setting up correctly, so it might just have been that the game was very, very loud. And I tuned my audio speakers like way down to compensate instead of actually changing the settings for the game. I don't know, that's my guess. Coolio, that gives us these lists that we can use now. Settings, UI, variables, toggle, enable get, and settings, UI, toggle, disable, get. And then we need a for each, right? Yes, 2 of those, thank you very much. We should probably also do count of this list. Wait. And then at least it needs to be greater than 0. Oh. Yeah. There we go. And let's do a sequence of 3 steps. If A is greater than 0, if items in the list are greater than 0, then continue. Sounds about right. And then we need to do a toggle is on, I guess. And we need to set that for the item in question. And this one is enable, so we need to make sure that this sets it to be enabled. Then we just copy that whole code block. Replace the list with the disable one. And remember to hit that box so it disables them. There we go. Now we should have the functionality to toggle the UI. work, yes. Indeed. I can't be off when I have a routine to keep in check, Peak. Sorry I didn't see your message yesterday. I think my game was just like too loud or something. Because I was wondering, I wonder if he's like just so broken today that he didn't... Because you usually come by and poke at me at least. I should really just have taken my instinct and then checked Discord, but I was so engulfed in my game that I kind of like didn't do that. Did you get your memory sticks? Or do you at least know what's going on with them? Let's see here. Oh, okay. You think you've set it up, but you're not sure. Okay. How are you not sure? Haven't you just tried to see if you can get on there? Mods and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I could imagine. But can't you just try and join the server and see what happens? But yeah, I did want to talk with you about that stuff once you got the memory sticks, but yesterday I was just completely like not available, I guess. Because there are a couple things like world gen and such that you can, because we probably, like, I personally think that it's more interesting when you make like a new world gen. Otherwise the game might, you look at it today, yeah. I mean, I'll pop in and then we can talk about it when I'm done with this for today. But yeah, there's like some things that you can set up with the world gen. And otherwise it's by default probably gonna use the Naviscana map, which is not great. I really don't like using that map. And alternatively, there's also pre-gen maps, which is randomly generated maps that have been pre-generated so that you don't take time at generating maps, I guess. Because it can take quite a long while. But that's like the only thing I can think of, really. The rest is all server settings. And then there's the Twitch plugin as well, which I don't exactly know how to work. But I think it's just like some permissions you gotta give people that want to utilize it when and if. Which can probably be done through console commands if needed be. But we'll talk about that later, I guess. I think this should be it. So if we take this toggle here and say is on equals to false. Actually, what happens when you set it to is on equals to false, because right now it looks like it's enabled, but if it looks like that when we play the game, then I need to do a couple things, I guess. Hmm. Oh. Oh shit. Don't keep that at least. One thing I did notice though is that it was set to not is on, but its visual element was set as is on. Hmm. Interesting. So clicking those buttons just reverses whatever is on is set to. So if you want to make sure that it's working as intended, you also need to or is that because that's because of my button interaction effects? This is probably. Okie dokie. So if we happen to add this one to here, and then the other one to this one. Yeah, I can't do it like this, at least. Can I do... Because it says on toggle value changed. But... I think I know what to do here. Toggle is on. Git. Let's change this to a sequence of 2. Then we can do it in a slightly more neat way. I think this is gonna be fine, right? Because this way at least we only run these triggering states if you're switching this toggle to be on. So whenever you enable this button, At least for this use case, it works. Interestingly enough, it fires all the events still, right? Because that registers on its value is changed. So not only do you get the functionality of it actually changing the setting, but you actually get the let me fucking turn this music off, it's driving me nuts. Oh, that was OBS. What the? There it is. Silence. But yeah, not only do we get the functionality of that, but also the visual element, because that triggers based on his value changed as well. Kind of cool. Sorry, what? Steel Garage? I think this is all for now. Just wanted that functionality in there. And that should mean that I don't really need to mess around much. It should still work with prefabs, hopefully. Coding cheats? No. I'm not coding cheats, I'm coding UI. Just some settings UI. I think that's pretty much it. Delete that. Okay, and let's just go over what we have. Here's a slider that we've been using as a test case. Where are you? Variable decimal count. Because that's set to 1 by default. Kind of wanted to change that to a 2. 2 decimal points seem to be like the most used default anyway. Then the question is which settings to implement first, I guess. So why are all these blue again? Oh, this be the prefab. That you call options configuration menu. That should be just a hierarchy for putting all the contents in. Like sound and keybinds. Okay. Let's do like this, call you templates. Because then that can be my working environment. And then from graphics, we just delete all of those. So it's empty. And let's remember to disable that. And go into our templates. Actually move that to the top there. Was that the right place in the hierarchy? Yes. And this is in the UI? Yes, it is. We have some old things here that need to go though. And right now these are kind of hooked up to like some settings that are currently in the game, right? So they are functional for depth of field. So we might as well just keep that as an example. And just make prefabs out of these. Should I put like another folder in here? I think so. Settings menu. Or options menu, I guess. Just keep it slightly consistent, because then we can move all the UI prefabs in there for this particular menu. And yes, I do want to do the setting title and the category title as well, because it means if I ever want to change the formatting of them, I can just do it on the prefab, hopefully, or like on one of the instantiated prefabs, and then apply the changes across everything. That way I can like go into my templates here and then just make the changes on these objects specifically. That should be good. So, is that said and done though? There are actually a couple things I still need to make programming wise, now that I think about it. But for the visual parts, we should be pretty done. I do, however, want to take a look at that thing that I need to change though. Here. Because the settings manager is the one that's it's gonna be a big flow. Graph. Macro, whatever. I still cannot use those terms correctly. I probably never will. But yeah, this needs to have a case for every single setting that we need to be able to set in here. Especially because some of them need to be treated differently. However, there is one thing in here that currently is a bit problematic. And that's the save functionality. How do I best deal with this? Because this is also the part where the settings are set. But the thing is, I don't want to like save it down into a file every time you move the slider an inch, you know? I could do it, but constantly writing files down like that seems very unnecessary. Question is, what's a good way of doing this? Guess you could write it to a temporary flow variable, but I don't know how those are handled. Because we still need to have the event here do its thing, but then not save the variable down until some other condition is true. And that other condition in this case is pressing the main menu button. Either that or an apply settings button. No, because there's no application like applying settings in this. It's just saving them down because the settings are applied runtime. So you can immediately hear the difference, which is definitely better than they don't. I never understood games where it's like, oh, you gotta like slide on the, like drag on the slider to set the volume, but then you have to actually apply the settings before they take effect, which is really annoying because then, you know, you keep going back and forth and then you always settle on like a, okay, this is good enough compromise. Anyways, yeah, so we just want to save them when we are done editing everything and return to the game, I guess. So that would just be pressing the main menu button. And what we could do there is add like a well, we can do it in a couple ways. We could either put it on the main menu button and just send an event from there to the settings manager, or in the settings manager we could just thinking, yeah, in here we could make it, because this is where the flow graph is as well. So if we just add like a variable for a button, and then we just listen for that button being pressed. Now, will that actually work? Yes, it will, because settings manager does not get disabled when you return to the main menu. So that's actually one way we can do it. And I think it's a little bit better to have it on the settings manager in this case than making a completely separate script and flow graph just for a button to be able to send an event to this specific thing, because that would have to be very specific. So I think we want to put that high up in the hierarchy here. How about under settings data path? And we call that button or game object. I guess it would have to be button. Like, it doesn't really have to be button, but it's might as well. The engine dot UI. Button. And we just call that apply settings button. Because then if someone ever, like, actually it saves settings. It's not just, so it's not super confusing when I see this in the future. Because we're not applying them. Again, need to be very clear about that. We're just saving down your settings so that the next time we load the game, all your settings are applied from your last session. Otherwise, they would reset. Like, they would stay for the remainder of your play session, but as soon as you restarted the game, then the settings would revert to the defaults otherwise. So that is why we're doing this. There we go. Not control, we need an event, GUI. And I guess it would just be on button click in this case, yeah. And then we need settings manager. Save settings. Get. So return to main menu is like a button that's always there. So on this button is pressed, we want to do all the saving. Now comes the fun part, figuring out how we do the saving of variables whilst also somehow retrieving them through this event, so storing them temporarily, I suppose. Can I do something like this, I wonder? That's just DOF enable. I wonder if this is gonna be allowed. Or if it's gonna tell me that I need to like assign this variable temporarily. Because I don't know if this actually would get the variable that depth of field model enabled is currently set to. I mean, otherwise, I guess I can just retrieve it from there and do a get instead with the same variable and then save it that way. That way I wouldn't have to write it down every yeah, figures. What does it say? Invalid operation exception. The value of output on set member blah 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 cannot be fetched dynamically. It must be assigned. Well, I guess we can do depth of field model enabled get. Because there it is assigned. Yes. Still gonna be red because it's complaining for the previous like incident. But that wouldn't actually be too bad of a change to this. Since once it's, you know, I figure out a way how to do all this, I can just copy and paste. Doesn't mean that there's more things that need to be hooked up, but it definitely beats saving it to a local variable. Yes. And then if it's enabled, then it saves down true, and it only does it when you return. Cool. That should be a lot better than what we're currently doing. Now, is there like a good way to do this? Yes. Should be able to just copy paste these, right? That is focus distance, yes. However, there is one thing here which I don't know how the save function here works. If it saves something, regardless of what changes we have, and how it works on like a Windows or not Windows necessarily, but you know how it works system from a system perspective. If it just does like a save file and then the system takes over and it's like, well, but there's no changes, then I'm not going to do anything. or if the save like inherently deletes the original file to be replaced with the one that it's saving down. So instead of replacing the file or saving on top of it, or rather overwriting it that way, it's like directly replacing it with a new one. Because if that's true, then one issue I could see here is that when you press the main menu button, then it has to go through all the settings and save them down, as there is no checks to see if the value has been changed. Let me just see if there's something clever we can do. We can do an does exist. Version gets. No, it doesn't seem like there's anything there. I mean, one way of doing it would be to assign these variables to temporary ones, and then checking if those variables are those flow variables are null, and then if they're not null, then run the save for that variable, and if it is null, skip ahead and just try and then check the next one. So that way you do a null check for every single variable that you want to save. In the case where, for instance, if you only change like one variable, just for now at least, then it would only save that one variable, which would be even better, right? And then what you could do is that you could clear all those temporary variables when you press the return button, so that they get set to null on the return button. And you can do that with an event, just so it doesn't require like a lot of weird hooking up and stuff. But that would require a lot of logic to do. And if I need to do it, I should do it now. Oh my god. Okay. How do flow variables work again? Assign the value of a variable. I could call this variable the same as the events, right? Because there's no reason why it can't be. Flow variables are basically separate from the ones that you assign in a script, but the thing that sets them apart and make them a little bit weird is that they only exist within a flow. So doing getters for these flow variables sometimes is a little bit confusing and limiting. Because if you try and retrieve a variable outside of a specific flow, then that variable doesn't necessarily exist. And it might never exist in that flow. But we'll try, because this would probably be the best way of doing it. Because I could, you know, then I wouldn't have to define these in a script at least. Get variable DOF enabled. Null. Check. We'll just do it with DOF enable for now and see how it works out. If I can get this working, I can copy paste the logic across, but it's gonna be a pain. Anyways. Because then instead of doing this getter here, we would have to check for the event, and then onto DOF enable we write this variable, this bool, and then on button click we need to check if this variable is null. If it is not null, then we go down here and then we save that variable. Trying to like set it up in a way that makes sense. Because then all you do whenever you press the return button are doing a bunch of null checks. But we do need to do one more thing then, probably. Because we would also have to remember to set that variable to null once it's been saved. Which means that, or that's at least my idea, so that we run the button check. Is there something that needs saving? Yes. And then once saving, then we set all those variables that have been saved to null so that they don't get saved in memory. And then the next time we press the return button, even if no settings were changed, you know, because then if you don't do something like this, it would mean that for every setting that you change, it gets stored in memory, if you will, like saved down to a variable. And that means that the more things you change, but then don't subsequently change in the session, you would press the return button and it would save all of them regardless of whether or not they changed. So this is just to make sure that we're only actually saving the variables that were changed before we press the return button. However, we need to figure out if it actually works with the flow variables, because my worry is that this variable, because it gets set up here separately from the flow down in the bottom, then it means that it might never ever get set. Let's see here. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. Variable not found DFA. Yeah, so this variable doesn't even exist at this point. Which is expected because we never changed anything. And then when we're pressing this button, the entire game just crumbles because it's trying to check something that doesn't even exist. Yeah, I think so. Because it tries to do a null check on a variable that doesn't even exist. So that would be slightly annoying. Because that means that in order for this to work, I would actually have to go through a on start here as well, or enable or whatever. That just sets, or does it actually need to do that? Gets that flow has variable, checks whether a variable is defined. Maybe you're not supposed to use a null check in this. Or maybe I might actually even have to do both. Because I don't know if it can exist but be null. Because it might just have been something to do with the order in which I did things. So it has this, then it checks, is this null, and then continues onwards? Oh man, see, this is why I fucking hate working with flow variables. They're good for like making temporary variables in like that you use immediately in the flow, like in the next step of a flow. But the thing is, here we don't continue from the flow where we set the variable down to where we're also using it. Yeah, so it says false right now. Still says false. Okay. Figures. So even though I set this variable up here, does not maybe it's because maybe I can do it with a graph variable. I think those are also maybe that might work. Because it's only going to be one of each and every one of these. Let's see what happens. It doesn't exist at the moment. Now it does though. Yeah, so once oh man, okay. Yeah, so now it continues through because now it exists. Now it's just null. Why is this one value cannot be null? I know. That's why we're doing a null check. Well, it isn't always super clever about things. But now it's changed. Now it's no longer null, and then it saves. So if we press return now, it doesn't save because now it's null. So it can be null because we're doing a null check. Bolt just doesn't know how to deal with it. But yeah, I think... Yeah, because you can't just... Because if we do this, it's going to complain because the value is missing. I could initialize these to be null, I suppose, when I start up. Because that makes it so that we basically initialize the variables, but we set it to null. And the reason why I might want to do it this way, because then we can save this whole variable check here every single time this button is pressed. It would also mean though that I need to make sure that we add another set variable for every new setting that I add to this whole deal here. But it should make these setups a little bit cleaner. Because then we can do like this, and that would be what's required for one variable to be saved, by the way. So this is saving of the variable, and this up here is applying the variable and storing that into a temporary. Because what happens in this case now that it's a graph variable? I do not define it as startup. Because now essentially if I press the return button, yeah, then the game breaks. So that's... I guess the good thing is that it would be fairly easy to determine whether or not I forgot something in that options menu, because it's just going in and press the return button, and if it doesn't allow you to, then you probably forgot to sort of initialize one of the variables. And yeah, we cannot just do like, does it have the variable? Because once it's defined, it's like there until the game shuts down. And then it can be null, it can be whatever it wants to be. It is kind of curious though, because these are really generic variables. Because you can define them as null and then assign them later to any type, I suppose. It doesn't care. Which is kind of cool, I suppose. But man, this is gonna be a bit of a pain in the ass. So how many variables do we, and this is just remembering, this is just for depth of field, by the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 settings just for depth of field, so that means just for that alone. In order to do it this way, I would need to do like this 6 times over. Like so. This is like why this is a little bit of a pain in the ass. It's gonna work, and it won't require me to set up the variables in the script, which would also be like absolute chaos. But you know, this is kind of stupid. The benefit here is that if I do a typo in here and such, it doesn't actually cause any problems. Because then it's just gonna either define a new variable, or it's gonna define the same set the same variable to null that is already set before. And I can move this into a super unit to keep it clean at some point if I want to. But I think I'm probably gonna do a super unit for the different settings instead of like saying, oh, all the initialize all these variables things, right? And let's actually add that as a step to the sequence up here. This is my unenable. I don't want to have 2 separate unenables, because I don't know how that works internally. I don't know if it's gonna call that event like asynchronously, like it's basically like you're doing two unenable events, but they're just being called simultaneously, but then it doesn't it executes the code side by side, rather than this where it like does it in order. Well, the good thing is that this should at least make it much easier for me to hook this shit up as well. Cause what is it actually? That's this variable here. Oh no, actually it's not. It's this variable here that we want to save. So I think it would have to look like this basically for it to work. that calls the event, and then this is the variable that gets passed on the event, and that is the actual one that we want to save down. Right? Yeah. Focus distance. Yeah, that does mean that there's like 4 places here that I need to copy paste the same text into. Same string. It's a little bit unoptimal, but there is one way we can actually improve this. Hey Salfire, welcome to. How you doing today? In here for some programming? Yes, I did. I played it yesterday for the first time. I was having a pretty good time. Who knows, maybe I'll even end up playing with some of the others. We'll see though. You finished it already, like when? When did you finish it? Yesterday. Really? But so did you buy it on release? Like 1.0 release? On Saturday. Okay, yeah, so that would be a yes then. Huh. So you finished it, you say? I mean, I've been playing it for how many hours was it yesterday? Like barely 9 hours. And I definitely feel like it's going by really quickly. So I guess it's possible that I'll also get through it much faster than I thought. Very fun. Yeah, see, when I was playing it, I couldn't help but think that it looks and plays a lot like Core Keeper. Mixed in with some of the other games. Like it's in a RimWorld aesthetic, of course. In about 20 hours. Yeah. Seems about right. I mean, currently I'm at, like, I've done half of all the things, so. I just finished the insect thingies yesterday, so. Based on how deep down I am and what I'm missing, it sounds like I'm halfway through. Which is a little bit sad because I feel like I spend a lot of time like setting up and grinding resources. So if I'm already halfway through, that would be kind of Oh shit. The green goo plant boss killed you a bit. Last one in the game for you. Okay. Where would I put this one? I kind of want to change it so that I can change the string in one place. All these are going to be very, very confusing. All these lines. They don't do well with poison stuff. I'm sure there's a way around it. If I change the layout of this, maybe I can make it look okay. Something like that, maybe. I mean, this is still like a node hell. Maybe something like that would be okay. I'm not fixing it. I'm working on it. I mean, all the fixing that we did has been done, but right now I'm working on the variable saving for your settings so that it doesn't do dumb stuff, basically, or do it in a dumb way, rather. If that makes any sense. Because yes, it was doing it in a stupid way. And to sort of deal with issues that might arise further down the line, I'm currently also restructuring some of the code in here so that it works in a slightly different way. Spent 5 hours in Kepler looking for skills. For yourself or for the companion thing? Oh. For you, okay. I've been spending most of the 8-hour run so far just setting up farming and stuff. Okay. Yeah, this was after you finished the final boss, okay. Okay, this might be good, he says confidently. So now we can copy this entire thing across, and I only need to set the string. That's still focus distance. Yeah, okay. Then I just need to set the string in one place now, which is definitely more beneficial than anything else. No, I don't. It doesn't fit on one screen. I'll have to stitch it together too. Most of it's just farmland though, honestly. Did I not? Depth of field. Aperture. That's it. This is what I have to inject into the middle of this. And it needs to be chainable. Yes. Lots of 5x5. Why 5x5? I made a couple. Yeah. I have at least one for all the basic animals that you can buy. I do 9x9 farming areas though. Some are like 9 by a lot though. But if you do 9x9 because you harvest in a 3x3 area most consistently, at least in the mid game, you're not wasting time. So I would either do like 6x6 or 9x9. But doing it 9 by 9, it just makes it a bit easier to distribute torches around as well. Because then you can do a 9 by 9 and then like have torches in the corners or something like that. Not exactly. You'd have to see how I built mine at least. But yeah. The very first thing I did was starting to farm red mushrooms just to make some cash, because I found out that they grew like crazy and you could multiply and just like snowball the economy of that ridiculously fast. So for the first couple of hours of the game, I was just like growing red mushrooms really. Whilst doing other things, of course, when they were growing, but made me a ton of points. The AoE seems a bit pointless. What do you mean AoE? Do you mean the ones that collect things? Like the pickers or whatever you want to call them? Of the tools, you didn't worry much about making it perfect? Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I just noticed that the scythe or whatever did like a, and the axe too, like hit in a, you know, pretty wide area, sometimes even more than that, so. Yeah. This was the aperture, which we've done, yes. We were also implementing the settings, by the way, which actually wasn't the case. Depth of field, use camera FOV. That. Was it just elf? I think it was. Isn't that the thing? The one that gets like 15% movement speed. Seems pretty useful, because you can just like walk backwards and swing your sword. Enemies can't really reach you. If you like time your swings right. But I didn't really look at the stats, I just looked at the visual. I didn't choose it because of the stats. You went attack increase one. Okay, I mean, true. Seems like you're kind of one-shotting most things without any kind of bonus, or with the other bonuses you get, so. I literally just beat the insect boss and what was it actually before? I can't even remember. Because I went to a village and I immediately managed to buy like a gold spear that did 3 times the damage of my sword at the moment. Because I hadn't even gotten silver equipment when I defeated the insect boss. Since I just went down there, well, relatively, I went down there and I bought like explosive silver arrows from the dude in the spaceship, like just 200 or something. And with that bow that shoots 3 arrows and just go like hoom, 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 nothing survived. After the fight was done, the entire, like, just in a circle area around the boss, all the cliffs were just gone. So yeah, bow of explosive arrows OP for that fight, because it also breaks all the buildings that spawn units that the boss tries to spawn, which is kind of funny. So she doesn't get any chance. Use camera FOV. But yeah, the spear was pretty good. Pretty good. Because the one I had before was a fine iron sword or something like that. So it jumped from 20 something damage to 60 something damage in like just... it didn't even cost me that much. It was like 1,000 something. And I had like 5k at that time, I think it was, so... So yeah, trading is OP in that game. You can definitely get some power spikes that way. Especially when you buy the explosive arrows, apparently. Or ammunition. Because those you can buy even from the standard ship trader. Or whatever you want to call them. Focal length. Dip. Field. Focal length. But yeah, I do enjoy the game so far, at least. But yeah, it does feel like it's going by rather quickly. And it also feels very... like, you can definitely feel the pattern in your progression, too. Oh, here's this new area you gotta go to and defeat this new boss that has a different attack pattern and, like, gimmick behind it. But other than that, everything is just, like, higher numbers the deeper you go, it seems. As soon as the first time when you go underground is a little interesting because, you know, light sources are a thing. Then you find out, okay, you can make a dish that, or collect these plants that lets you emit light by eating them. And then you can figure out, oh, right, wait, I can actually make that into a food so I don't get the downsides and it lasts for like at least 5 minutes. And so forth. So that kind of, that discovery part of the game has really, like, been good for me, at least. So that's also why I didn't want to play with Toto or Captalamia straight out the gate, because I had a feeling that if I did, I would probably get rushed into the end game before I even knew it. And I did not quite want to do so. But now I also at the same time fear that by the time I'm like feeling comfortable and ready to play with them, you know, I've already been through all the content, and then it's like, oh, well, what do we do now? Other than maybe like a high difficulty run or something. I mean, there are mods for it too, but there are other games to play. Yeah, some of the bosses were kind of lame, especially the orc boss or goblin boss or whatever he was supposed to be. That one was so fucking stupid. Hey, so you stand over here. Okay, I'm gonna telegraph that I'm gonna attack this area like in a couple, like in a second and a half. Oh no, you moved to the opposite side of me. I'm gonna turn 180 degrees and do the same thing. Oh no, you moved. And it's just like, you just keep switching sides and melee with that boss, and he doesn't even do anything. He doesn't even get a chance to damage you. I found out very quickly, because like him shooting arrows was absolutely devastating, but melee him, damn, that was like a game changer. Yeah, exactly. It didn't even matter at that point what gear you had, as long as you knew his pattern, and you know there was no other guys to protect him, because he couldn't protect himself anymore. It was very easy. The very first boss is a little harder, but it actually works very similarly. At least with the 15% movement speed, his spikes that come out of the ground, at least you can just like run around and he never hits you. So I just shot him instead. So it's not really like it was harder if you used ranged weapons against it. I don't know if that really matters much. I mean, the main thing that matters is that he's located in like a bunch of walls, so if you're trying to shoot him with range, they're going to collide with the walls. But just kite him outside and you're fine. Yeah, but then don't... That's what I'm saying. I didn't melee the first boss. I ranged the first boss, which was really easy. So far, the bosses haven't really been like a major issue to me. I did die to the Insect Queen one on the first attempt, but that was actually not because of her, but because of her minions. Once all the minions were gone and I found out that those explosive arrows were OP as fuck, she didn't stand a chance. But yeah, the first boss for me was actually kind of easy. Because I think I got like hit once or twice until I figure out his attack patterns, and then it's like GG. Yeah. But it's like if you were trying to take out the goblin boss or whatever with range, you would probably have just a really hard time. Yeah. Well, you'll just have to wait until I get to it. Kernel Size. This one's a little bit different because this requires this list setup here. We need to plug that into there. And we should be good on this as well. Squeeze things a bit together. Hey, that should be it if I haven't forgotten anything. Focal length, use camera FOV, aperture, focus distance, and it's enabled. Cool. So let's see if Dragon did a boo-boo. My favorite part of this. Does it all just work? Wait, isn't that old news? The Roofbreaker DLC was delayed? I think it happened like a couple days ago, didn't it? Yeah, it's like so old news that it isn't. It's not even on what's new anymore. Oh, you only saw it today. Fair enough. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, this was on the 21st of May, so that's a little bit old news. At least over a week ago. But yeah, it sucks. But there's still like plenty of games to play, so it's not like you're gonna die. Okay, nothing's red, so that's good. Hmm. So now you're lost. Oh, so you were planning for it is what you're saying. Mm-hmm. Oh, there's actually something here that's a little bit weird. This should not be happening. So why is it happening? Let me also see. That one's null, but that one's not null. Null. This is not null. Why is DOF distance not null? And this is null. I think I know why. Let's see. Slider setting. Figures. It's not a massive problem. It's a little bit unfortunate that this is how it works. But it's because whenever I go into the options menu, it loads the settings. They need to be applied, and then it moves the slider, and in doing so, it registers on slider value changed, which it always does. Yeah, you could play Factorio, or Dyson Sphere Program, or something like that. There's also Core Keeper, which is basically like Kepler, but different art style. But yeah, so because these values change, then it also registers that under the saving thing. Let's see here. So it's the drop down menu and drop down container. Here we have the drop down. Okay, so this also registers drop down value change for the same reason, I think, because this gets changed. So a lot of games are in early access. And even when they say they leave early access does not mean that they're finished. Let's see. So if I press into the options menu now, still no red things, and now the lists are null because we didn't change it. Cool. I mean, it works after initialization, which is okay. it does mean that there's a little bit of extra work happening, but it's basically like now we're checking or only saving the settings. So if I were to say change these graphic settings in here and I pressed the play button and I started it up again, then it wouldn't have saved these changes because that's now hooked up to the main menu button. So when you press that now, then it saves into a file all the settings that you've changed. And what I did here in terms of changes now is so that we're only saving things like variables that have been changed. So that means if I change the focal distance here, then this gets called. Let's actually see if that works. It does not. Okay, so that's actually a little bit worrisome. Get graph variable. Set to null though. Why not just have them all saved? So that I'm not murdering your hard drive with small value changes. For optimization reasons. I mean, I'm writing down things onto your disk, so the less I can do that, the better for your drive, right? But why is this null still? Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm looking at the wrong thing. I'm an idiot. Here we go. It's not only a one-off save, it's every time you press the return button. Before it was actually saving every time I changed a variable. It would save that change to a variable. So if I slide this all the way along, it would already have saved the same file, like, you know, however many frames it can do that. So could have already saved one file over 100 times. Even though it's just a single variable, it's still saving it every frame if it gets the message to do so. But now it doesn't do that. Now it just sets the sets your setting and sets it in your memory. And then when you press the return to main menu button, then it saves that variable down if it's changed. If it's not changed, so if I go in here now, it'll say null. So yeah, that's exactly what it does now. And I was like, well, might as well do this extra functionality. And I mean, it's working now, so it's there. It is not like something that takes an awful lot of time to implement. Also, because my main worry was that if you have a menu, because that's the thing though, right? This is just depth of field and not even all the settings are present in here. But I mean, for depth of field alone, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 6 different files because they're saved as individual files. So that's 6 individual files that you would have to save when you're pressing the return button. Now we add all the different graphics settings to the game, all the different sound settings to the game, all the different quality of life settings to the game. And we might end up with like 60, 70 settings or something, which means that if you're saving everything, it's 60 something plus maybe files that you're writing every time you press that return to main menu button, regardless if changes were made or not. So that means if I put a quality of life feature in here, for instance, then yes, they do. So also that also means if I put some quality of life option in here that makes you want to return to the main menu more than for just your graphic settings and sound settings and keybinds, also all your keybinds, right? It would probably be better only to save the things that you actually change. So regardless of the size of the files. No. Or yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, it is. It is like that. And they are in their own file, yes. At least that's because, or at least for the time being, but that's just because I haven't, I'm using a Unity asset store asset for saving and loading as a framework. And from what I could mess around with, it sort of just saves them as individual small files. And I've been talking with some friends of mine about this on multiple occasions, and they say like, well, can't you just save down the entire class? And I'm like, not sure. So save like down an entire class that contains all the variables that you want to save down. I mean, and then pull them off there when you load. You could possibly do that, but then you'd have to define every single variable in a script that you want to change for your entire game too, which I don't know. No, that's not how it works. Not in this case. I don't know if it's possible to even consolidate all this into one file with the structure that I'm doing or using. Like even for the safe game, like this is all the variables that are safe for your safe game. So these are all individual files too, by the way. Hey, Argon, headed to work. All right, have a good day at work. Thanks for dropping by to just say that, I guess. But yeah, this is a safe game. And what was it called again? I don't even remember what the save folder structure was called. Option settings. There. These are all the files that are saved. And that's just for depth of field. Obviously, you know, you gotta take half of them away because half of them are meta files generated by Unity. I don't know about these SGP meta files. I don't know where they come from. But yeah, I tried to get it to work where I was saving down like a class of things, but that was just complicating matters to the point where I couldn't get it to work. Tomorrow? No, it's not the weekend, sorry. Yeah, I totally forgot. I was actually intending to play Shipbreaker last weekend, but I totally forgot about it, and then I ended up playing fuck, what did we actually play? Shit. Vintage Story instead. So yas. But yeah, this works. Most importantly, I've managed to set it up in a way that it's easy to make additions to this by adding this literal string in here so that it's hooked up to everything. I just changed one string. For the first time in months. Oh, okay. Now you have tomorrow off. Yeah, that's a bit strange. Don't go back to work until Monday. Damn. So extended week off, I guess. But yeah, that should be the framework for at least the post-processing settings for depth of field. Upside too. Might have gotten a 10k raise. Nice. Very nice indeed. Okay. I need to change the name of some things in this hierarchy so I can find my way around and don't get confused. Because we've made this templates hierarchy now, which I can use whenever I need to make changes to the actual functionality of all these UI objects. And then I hope that we can just drag and drop the UI elements that we need for the different settings. Have to wait and see if it comes through. All right. Well, here's to hoping that it does. Switches. What happens if we add another button to this? Yes. Call this template. Why is that off to the side? Heck, why is the whole thing off to the side? Wait a moment. What? I'm just noticing that now. Need a gameplay button. Yeah, at some point, probably. For now, I'm only gonna be messing around with these buttons, though. Not gonna lie, that is a little bit weird. No. Oh, I think I know why. Yeah. This one says upper center. Oh, there it is. It was because the options BG's vertical layer group had its child alignment set to one side. That is why. Yes, I know it goes out of bounds, but that's beside the point. Doesn't really matter for what we're messing around with. Okay, so graphics. And I mean, since we already set up a bunch of these, what? because they were not in the hierarchy. I was just about to say. Post processing title. DOF title. DOF toggle. And then we don't need this one, of course. Focus distance. Kernel size. And then we just need to add all the other settings in here. And hook it up, of course. But this should be like the actual finalized, well, finalized for the demo and early access anyway, UI that we're gonna go with. Camera. Get you, that's probably the fastest way to find this. Let's see, focus distance, aperture. I could just use the same logic as they've put it up in here, actually. Lock that one. So of course you toggle, you can enable and disable, and then that's the focus distance. Then it would be an aperture, which would be prefabs, options menu, and we need a slider with, actually it's just the same kind of slider. Let's see here, aperture. Okay, let's actually change the setup of this later. Aperture, and then we need a toggle button, which is use camera FOV. And then you have the focal length. And of course the kernel size, which is already there. Then we can unlock you and change the settings accordingly. Starting with aperture, settings title. And if I end up figuring out that these settings don't really need to be something in the game, I can always just disable them here. But I'm taking like a broad strokes approach right now, where I'm just like adding all the things and then deciding whether or not they should stay. And then on the slider, all we should have to do, just make sure settings manager, everything is set. Yes, right. The only thing I need to do on this one is to do DOF, and then it is aperture. My guess is that I just called it this. The only way I would really know is, I guess, going in here. But yeah, it's just DOF or aperture. That means that this slider should also work now. Then we have use FOV, which is just like a bool. Open someone else's mail. Like physical mail? What are we talking here? Oh. Oh. Is that like a big problem? Yep, can't answer that one. Could be if they get upset. Yeah, but I mean, of course you would be apologetic and say sorry, but then explain the situation that you also have the same insurance company, and then if they can't take that and they still are mad at you, then that's not your problem. Then you can tell them to be mad at the postal service and not you. But that's just my point of view. There's one more button I need to implement. I do want to have like a reset defaults button. Not exactly sure on how I want it to work. Because either it would reset all the settings to the defaults, which would be the easiest, but the more complicated one would be only resetting the settings that are for that menu that you're in. Intriguing. The variables were not initialized to anything. What am I missing? Settings are initialized. False. Okay. Why are you getting stuck? Oh, fuck. Out of range exception. What the fuck? DOF. Oh shit. I think I know why. Enabled, focus distance, aperture, FOV, focal length, kernel size. Oops. You got a water bill too, $250 dues, I guess. Let me just delete these options here. It was like trying to load an index that was like a really high number, which tells me that the kernel size variable was probably overwritten by oh shoot, maybe that could no. It was overwritten by one of the other variables somewhere. There we go. Yeah, that's how it works, unfortunately. Of course, once they're initialized, then you don't see that popping in. But I don't think there's anything I can do about it, unfortunately. The only thing I could do about it... Hi, stream. Yeah, I cannot turn those messages off. I fucking hate them. I really wish you could disable these, because they're so pointless. Congratulations, you received 100 messages today. Restream chat. Yeah, who cares? Like, I don't care. So... And what's more, it only appears in restreams. Fuck. I just needed to check this. Yeah, so it only appears in restreams chat overlay, but you know, you can see in my OBS that it doesn't show there. It doesn't reach restreams chat, which is this one though. Anyways, there's still something here though that is a little bit weird. Why are they all set to 2? Use camera FOV is disabled, which it should be, but why are these set to... I think I know why. I don't remember. But yeah, Restream chat does stupid shit like that. Main camera. Because I just realized that some of these values can go... Yeah, so they are all set to 2, but they can go much, much higher than this. 0.1 to 32 on aperture f-stop. That would be this one. Oh, right. No, wait, those are the decimals. That doesn't matter. They don't matter. This is the one. Max value is 32. Minimum is 0.1. Goddamn itself, I don't spam chat with that. Don't do that. To pre-gen or not to pre-gen? I mean, I don't know how it works for 7 days servers. If you pre-gen or you generate... Okay, so when you start up a single player, you generate a world, and then that is like your generated pre-gen, right? Because as far as I know, you can start a new save in that random gen without it having to generate it again, if that makes any sense. Because it does... we're talking 7 days. Pig is working on the 7 days to dice modded server. So he's talking about pre-gen or not to pre-gen the world map. I assume what you mean is that to choose one of the pre-generated or generating our own. Right? I don't have the time to look at it now, so it would have to be later. I can't exactly just... I don't want to like open up my 7 days to find the settings that I set. So you'll have to be patient on that one, sorry. If you really want to, you can just use a pre-gen for now. But, you know, we'd probably want to generate our own. Yeah, let's do that. No, pre-gen just means it's pre-generated, meaning that some which means that instead of Minecraft where you generate terrain based off of a seed dynamically as you explore, 7 Days to Die regenerates all of its terrain because it's fixed in size, which takes a very, very, very long time. It's like if you say Minecraft and you told it to generate a 20,000 by 20,000 chunk area and then generate all the terrain, you know, so that it's already, all the blocks are put into place so that when you're walking around and discovering, the server doesn't also have to generate the map. But for 7 Days to Die, pre-gen means that, what do you call it? A pre-generated map was made that was shipped with the server files and everything. And then that is the pre-generated map. So you don't generate a random world yourself, but you can also do your own pre-gen. Not to be confusing or anything, but you can generate your own world map with your own parameters that you choose, and then use that as your pre-gen. So they're both randomly generated, as opposed to the Naviscan map, which is a handcrafted map. But one just requires like a server or computer to generate the world before it can be loaded in as a pre-gen. Does that make any sense? So yeah. Okay, focal length, you can go from 1 to a lot. 300. 1 to 300. Which actually doesn't make much sense in this case. Maybe I just should set the limit to 10. That should be more than fine. The downside to pre-gen is that you don't choose your own parameters, Sapphire. That's what it means to use pre-gen. You're using the map that was generated by someone else, basically, at some other point in time. Which means that you don't even know if it's, like, it's most likely, you know, up to date with the version of the mod pack, but you're dependent on whatever settings they used when they pre-generated the map. So, but still, yes. Submit. It's not a problem using randomly generated. Canadian Jews. Hey, what you doing? I'm getting distracted talking about a 7 Days to Die server that we're one of my friends is setting up for us. In terms of the Unity, actually, we're working on some UI though. But yeah, Stealthfire has me distracted trying to get him to understand what the difference between pre-gen and like what the term pre-gen means when you're setting up 7 Days to Die servers. Which is a very finicky thing because, yeah, it's used in a very specific context. I think that should pretty much be it for the settings. Did we... Let me just go in here and make sure. Nope, I did not. Set those to defaults. But yeah, that should mean now that we can actually mess around with the adaptive field settings. How to miss deadlines, answer your questions all day. Yeah, but sure. If it gets really bad, I'll figure out a solution. So far, we're not there yet, though. Okay, that's curious. So did that again. Why did you do that again? I have a suspicion, but let me see. Yeah. Oh. DOF kernel size is being loaded in, but then the index that it gets is like a really high number. So why is that? Victoria or something else? Oh. Oh. This is why. Because I'm setting the kernel size of the variable, which is a string, and then it's being like interpolated as an integer, and then that's why it's actually saving down the DOF kernel size as a string, I guess. Or however this file type is saved. That could at least explain a couple things. Try and delete those save files. Whenever it does that, it obviously breaks the game. Letters can be a number, yeah, but the thing is, it's not necessarily a letter either. It's a type that consists out of something I don't know what is. So it's not a string that consists out of letters or numbers or whatever. What's actually the term for it? Can't remember. Because they're not considered letters, because they can be either. But anyways. And that saves it. Letters cannot be numbers, though. On a technical level, because it's not a letter then you're referring to. Characters is what you're referring to. A character can be either a letter or a number. So a string is basically a collection of characters displayed side by side. Okay, so that eliminated that issue at least. Because it loads and then it gets the index, saves the index. Here, yes. Cool. These are not set to the right variables though. Why are they set to 10 and 10 respectively? Aw. Let me just see. Okay, so as soon as we open this, they say 10. Did I not? Oh, they're saying 10 in here right now. Wait, why are they saying 10? Hold on. Default settings. Oh, that's because they're 10 and actually they're 10 and 50. Ah, right, because okay, I think I know what happened. Yeah. Okay. Silly me. Okay, so maybe this does have to be able to go to 32. Okay. And this has to be able to go to 300 after all. Okie dokie, and are they whole numbers? Yes. They're whole numbers. Well, aperture is not, but focal length is because it's in millimeters. So that means we need to say whole numbers here, but then it can go to 300. 300 as max value. Yeah. Yeah. And then we also have, all right, decimal points. Doesn't really matter because it doesn't even do anything when that is set to whole numbers. So this up here needed to still be able to go to 32, which it can. Okay, let's try that again. Because otherwise the variables are going to get clamped and then it's going to affect the actual settings as well. So that's not what I wanted to see. What happened this time? I mean, it says the value of the slider 50. Is it actually set to 50? Yes, it is set to 50. But then oh snap, I never even thought about that. It doesn't initialize these because the numbers are not necessarily changed when you load the game if they're set to the numbers that are the currently active ones. Huh, I never thought about that. Because I went in and just for funsies wanted to see what it would look like as a visual and set the sliders to the values that they're actually set in the settings. But yeah, that's true. Then it goes and it's like, oh, okay, it sets the value from 50 to 50, which means the value has not been changed. And then it doesn't do the rest. I mean, I could tell it to sort of weave itself in there. There are a good way to deal with this. Because consistently having to set the sliders to not be the same as what they're going to be set through the settings will also not be a solution, because then if you coincidentally set your actual settings to whatever I set in the inspector here, then it wouldn't update correctly until you move things around. Would it be a problem to run this twice? Not really. Never knew option menu was so complex. They can be, yes. Can be. Yeah, exactly. There's a reason why in large game development teams there's multiple people just working on the UI aspect of it. If you look into the credits, you'll see stuff like that. So yeah, if it's like a person that's standing for the UI design and then someone for the user experience, which is UX, I think. So there's someone that's also, the entire job is just to design the feel of the UI. So yeah, skip credits. Well, maybe next time you look at some credits, consider taking another look and see all the different roles that people are employed as, and you'd be surprised at how much these tasks get delegated around. It depends on the size of the production though. But yeah, I could technically just weave it in here. At the very most, it'll only do things twice. Yeah, this should be fine. I will... Do I actually? No, it's just for the slider actually, so... But yeah, UI can be surprisingly complex. I mean, there's a reason why some early access titles rely on Unity's startup menu. You know, the one you sometimes see when you start up a game. I don't know if you've seen it actually. But there's basically one there that allows you to set things like game visual quality and resolution and a couple other things. Damn. Okay. Okay. Oh, snap. I didn't think about that. Because it's trying to fetch the value from the slider here, but we could just do this. Skip the whole numbers check entirely because we don't need to do any math on this because we're technically just loading the variable, I suppose. That seems like a good decision. But yeah, I mean, this is also taking me excruciatingly long time because of some of the road bumps I've been having on this. But also because I'm trying to make it so that all the functionality is in place to the point where it's so flexible that populating it with things is you know, easy and straightforward. There we go. Now it applies all the variables as well. Excellent. That means if we go into a new game, I mean, we could do this before, but that would be the next thing to check. If we go in here, we can test out the FOV slider settings. They're taking off. All right. See you later, Selfie. I hope you figured out what to play. It would be a shame to waste an entire day simply because you're just staring at the screen. Been annoying me long enough. No, it's okay. It's positive that to see others be interested in what I'm up to, right? It's not just me developing the game, it's also like, I guess, sharing and giving a little bit of insight on how it works. Oh, you'll be able, you have to say that like many times over, Selfire. It'll probably be like maybe a month from now before I'll even get around to that. So just thought I would let you know. Yeah. Currently you're also zooming in and out when you scroll in this menu, because I'm not checking if your mouse is within the bounds of this. Scroll wheel is not care. You can always use your mouse, I guess, but But yeah, you're currently like very much able to customize your FOV to your heart's desire. But obviously, you know, most of these settings would be beyond a common man. But hey, it's cool that they're available. You can't adjust the FOV though, so use camera FOV wouldn't do much. It'll be a big tree because of you. Oh, I can do much better than that. This is so nice seeing this work though. So, if I press play, will it load all the variables correctly? If it does, then yay, we can move on to the next thing. If not, then oh boy. Please work first try. Yep, that looks pretty accurate. Cool. And then currently I have to delete these if I want to restore default settings whenever I start the game. But, you know, that just means that if I delete all those files, then it's like restoring all the settings, which could be kind of cool. Wait, I can't just do that. I can't just delete the settings. Oh. I would probably have to set the variables on all the sliders and the toggles and everything. I mean, right now there is like a system that sets the defaults based off of another thing. Because I basically have like 2 of those objects that contain all the settings, and then I'm just like, I have my defaults thing, which is what's being read when you start up. And if you don't have a save file, then we're writing the variables from there onto another one, which is the one that you're actually able to change in game as well. So in theory, all I would have to do is to use some of this, but without the check on whether or not we have saved settings, and then just doing the load. Do we even need to do the load? Oh right, this doesn't apply the settings, does it? That happens somewhere else. That happens in the sliders themselves, doesn't it? Happens in here, because we're done initializing, right? And then we load the data from the data path. I guess I have an idea on how to make a reset settings button work. If we have a button that contains a list of all the game objects that contain like the settings that it needs to reset, and then we just for each of those game objects call an event, and then we have the event in here and just feed it through this sequence here, it would actually, no, we would have to skip that. Yeah, we would have to skip that. I think, no, wait, we can do that because this condition would always be false anyway. So it would go through all this and then apply them and then update the UI automatically. Yeah, that would actually be a fairly simple implementation because it's just a button that needs the ability to have referenced game objects. And then for all the free variations of this flow script or whatever, chart, graph, I don't know what to call it. This graph, I guess this macro, whatever. Should I just call it macro? Let's just try and stick with macro. It's gonna annoy me the fuck. But basically because we have 3 different variants of this, but if they all have the same custom event call, then it doesn't matter what macro is present on the thing, because it would just take the game object and call the event to the game object, and then if it can, yeah, let's do that. Not sure where to put the button, I'm gonna be honest. Underneath the graphics title, maybe? Yeah, because it would be it would be in the high, it has to be either above that or below or at the very bottom of the whole thing. So where is, let's minimize my template so I don't get confused. Just use this button as a reference. Reset to defaults. $300 seems like a pretty decent size. Let's also change the look of this one to gold. Right. That could be a little bit dangerous. Oh, I have an idea actually. Because we need to have like a confirmation window for this at least. This is reset to defaults button. Now this currently has some logic on here that we don't want. Oh shit. I was still in play mode. But we can just do like this, I think. Oh snap. That's true. Fucking prefab in it. Open you. Why are you placing it all the way down there, Unity? How do I reset that? How do I reset the reset to defaults? Position in the hierarchy here. Does it even locate in the right positions in the other hierarchies? Oh wait, why is it like... Huh? Nope, this is definitely where it needs to be. What? But why is all of this like being jumbled up? Why? Huh? What is going on here? This is a prefab, but those two are like not in the right spot for some unknown reason. But why? And I'm like not allowed to move them because they're in a prefab. What the actual fuck? How do I reset them? It's not the rect transform. Yeah. Because I can't just say reset everything because... or can I? We're gonna try it. Of course it's gonna be disabled, but that's okay. Yep. See, that's kind of what I was worried about. Now the entire thing that I spent time setting up was gone. God damn. How do I tell it to reset the overrides for everything that is not? How do I just... Why is the hierarchy so busted? I guess there is one way that we can just get around this problem. If we take this and copy you, because it's like equivalent to not having it there in the first place. And then we reset. Oh, now it's at least in the right order. Now we just gotta put in the things here in the, was it in the settings container? Yes. And we've got all our settings back, and now it's looking like it has, like it was supposed to. But what about the other hierarchies? Are they also busted? No, it was just the graphics one. Lovely. Probably got something to do with the fact that I tried to add like it directly earlier, my guess. But this gives us a reset to defaults button. I guess that means that... Oh, can I even do it that way? Yeah, because the further down the hierarchy something is, it's going to be on top of everything else. So we should be able to do that, right? So at the very bottom of graphics here, Oh, how do I even do this? Hmm. Okay, I think I have an approach. So we're gonna need an image. This image is gonna take up the entirety of the screen. That is not working. Is that because it's in a hierarchy? Do I need to tell it to ignore? I think so. Okie dokie. Go to scene view because I have no idea. Yeah, so it's definitely there, but how big is it? Got a width and height of 0. Yeah. Knew it. There we go. Okay, yeah. Just as I expected. Hmm. That way I can tell you to stretch to the bounds of the screen and not your parent object. Hmm. Not that I can think of. I guess I can. That's not. Yeah, that wouldn't work either. They would have to like somehow scale according to the screen size. Shift also set pivot, Alt also set position. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Don't want it to have a layout element on this one because then it's just gonna be added to the hierarchy of the layout group, and that's not what I want. Simultaneously, I can add it outside of the hierarchy as well due to the nature of how this is going to function. Or, I mean, I can, but that would be really messy. Hmm. What happens if you were to, say, center it and then add another image on top? And we were to tell this one to go scale itself. Okay. Then it just becomes as small as well. Probably because it inherits the right, because it scales according to the previous image, which is like really small. Hmm. Okay. What if we say horizontal layout group here? We add a layout element to this one. Yeah, I kind of figured that would happen. Not sure why it's being offset to one side. That's kind of strange. Doesn't really matter what I do here, I think. It's just a waste of time. Okay. Well, that's a bit of a nuisance. If I do this, it scans to the screen size and it's all white right now. Let's make it slightly transparent so we can see what we're doing. Say 25 or something. What does it look like? Yes. Confirm default container. Confirm default template. Here we have the image. It's going to be the background for our confirm menu, basically. So we want another image on top of this. And we need the cut stone menu, this one. Set the transparency of this background thing to maybe 75. Yeah, 75. Let's try and keep it there for now. And then in this image, we're gonna need a text mesh pro field, and we're gonna need a button with text mesh pro text onto it. Do I actually need the image to be on this one, or can I? No. Confirm background. Confirm text. Confirm reset. Actually, instead of using this text field, let's just steal it from another UI object so it has the right settings. Text. And reset. And then this one is, oh, we actually need two buttons, a yes and a no. Yes button. No button. Yes text, no text. Then we need a vertical layer group in here. Tell the children to control their size. Center that to the upper center. Let's also scale the bounds of this box. I think a bit more sensible. 400 by 600 for now. It's way too large. Yeah, not way too large, but let's just keep it like this. Maybe it's not. It isn't, but you know. Then we will need an empty actually. Where the yes and no button reside. Button container. Because this needs to have a horizontal layout group to work properly. Let's change the background of those buttons to the gold. And then do these have? No, they do not have a layout element, so we need to set that. And then the other one as well. Okay, so now we have the contents here. Looks like ass though. But we can do something about that. Yeah, let's see here. 190. And then that should be most of it in place. Change the font size of this to like 40 or something. Yes, no. Okay, then we also need to have button interaction script. Actually, just copy that off of the reset defaults button. Where are you? Because it would be pretty much the exact same that I would want anyway. And this affected game object is itself. And the button is, of course, this button. And then we need to add the name for the no button. And then we also need the flow graph. So machine control consists of a macro, right? Button interaction effects. And we need the same for the other one. This is why sometimes I prefer just copying buttons across, I guess. Else. Let's see here. Reset to defaults. Well, before we do that, I think I want to make this into a prefab. This is where the sad part comes into play. I have to have one of each of these for every single setting that I want to be able to reset in order for the script that I want to make work. To confirm defaults, and then we just call them by names instead of template. We just call it graphics here. That would need another one for sound and keybinds as well. And then based off of some button logic, you just enable the right menu. Which we can do. We can do that at least. So when we are in graphics and we press the reset to defaults button, then we need to open or enable the confirm defaults graphics. And then in here, have our two buttons. Actually, I should set that up in the template, because that should always be the same. Because they need to disable themselves. That might cause a problem. Again. Hmm. I mean, the no button is pretty straightforward. That just needs to close down this UI because you're changing your mind. And the reset to debug's false button, all it does is that it enables this one, so you can navigate back and forth easily and there's nothing that happens in between. But when you press the yes button, that's when we need to execute some extra code. Namely that when you want to press yes, then it needs to do the reset. And that might be a bit of a problem if I use this disable game objects list thing. But it might not be that big of a deal, because it might just be fine to do that from the code that we're gonna make to reset the actual thing. Let's just see if what we have right now works at least. Which is just, you know, UI. Non-functionable UI. Pressing the yes button doesn't even do anything at the moment, other than play sounds and stuff. Speaking of sounds, let's actually turn those on just for now. Huh. Oh, right. Of course it doesn't work yet. I forgot to apply the changes I made to this template. Overrides apply. Yep. I mean, can't interact with anything else because there's a raycast blocking layer behind all this. Why did the jet button didn't do anything? This has to be... Yeah, okay. I just realized that those buttons up there in the bar, they need to be set to continuous, so that they don't produce a weird visual effect. Switch options bar. Continuous animation. Otherwise they stop animating even if you hover your mouse over them. For these though, you don't want that because it's gonna close immediately. But yeah, now we should be on the next thing, which is to make the actual functionality of this sucker. And let's close you down. I guess the benefit of having it this way is that I can change the text to say confirm graphics reset, for instance, so that it's pretty clear without requiring a script to do so. But it does add a lot more hierarchies, so you win some, you lose some. On here we need another flow machine. And we will also need a new script actually to go along with it, right? Which needs to contain two things at least. Shit. Fuck. Okay, didn't take that long at least. Shoot. What did I call the things for the settings? I think these are it. There's like settings, toggle settings, slider settings, drop down and so forth, right? Yep. Slider, manager, drop down. And now I have like a random new behavior in here, which has no name. Well, I guess that means we're gonna call it in the same logic. This is why I hate working with scripts in Unity. It's always so fucking slow. Like I'm waiting for it to compile that I removed the script. Like, come on. There wasn't even anything in it. Anyways, so setting confirm reset. And then we need a flow macro that does the same, or it's called the same. Alt. Settings, confirm reset. And this is what we need to change. Of course, like usual, we don't need a start nor an update. Interaction effects. I just wanted to see what we're calling in here. Call it disable game objects list because it's going to be exactly that. And I don't think we need one for enable, so I'm not going to bother with it. Just keeping that header there though. And then we just need a reference to what again? The settings manager. Yeah, so we can tell it what event to fire, or where to fire the event rather. Or wait. That wasn't how we were gonna do this, was it? think I need to open settings manager real quick just to see and confirm how exactly I am doing it. I just have to wait for it to maybe generate compile script. Maybe? No? Yes? No? Yes? No? Settings manager. No, this is not how I wanted to do it. I do not want the settings manager to do all that managing, or ironically. I want the settings themselves to manage this part. So we need here. This is just for the UI, but then we need a what do we call this? Reset settings list. Settings UI list. Because it's like it's going to be a list of game objects where we can chuck in all the various settings UI elements, like the sliders and the toggle buttons and all that. And then we say for each of those we call an event, and because it's, can I do it that way? Yeah, because you don't do it to a specific flow, you do it per game object. So they just need to have like a, I guess it's called a listen for event thing. So on the disabled game objects, we just chug in the UI element, which is itself, you know, its own master hierarchy. And the reason we're doing it here is so that we have control over when it does it. That way we can tell it to reset, like call all the events first and then toggle itself. Otherwise it would not be able to do so before it closes. And then we need to do a update unit options. So let's go to the yes button, and actually let's, can I flow machine, but I'm not going to be allowed to move it around. I don't need to. Setting, confirm reset. Wait, Unity, behave. Yeah. There we go. Settings confirm reset, which is currently just a blank canvas. So we also need the script. Settings confirm reset. Yeah, and now I gotta open up the fucking prefab and say like, ah. It has two flow machines, what the fuck? That was definitely not intended. Settings confirm reset. Now let's move you all the way to the top. And then we can already disable the hierarchy in here, actually. Because that is just itself. Yes. Nice, nice. That's in there. Good. Good, good, good. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Of course we do need 2 flow machines. I was just being confused because it was not set to anything. Settings. Confirm reset. Now we should have another one on here. Yes. Cool, cool, cool. Then we see settings confirm. Let's do the disable first. Can I actually just steal that? Check that in there, but then instead of interaction effects, it needs to be its own list. And then we need an event, which is GUI based on button click, because this is always going to be a button. Sequence. So the second thing it should do is to disable all the UI. And then it should also settings confirm reset. Okay. Set UI list. Check that in there. To take all the actually. I could put in a null check here, but it should always have something in it, otherwise it's not been configured, so. And it doesn't do what it's supposed to. Yeah, let's just keep it safe, I guess. Greater. And then we need a branch. It's not like it's, you know, difficult to do this, but it's just time consuming. Are there more than 0 items in this list? Yes. And then we need to do a event, which is a custom event. And we want to trigger it onto that game object for each and every one. And then we could call this reset to defaults. So now if we go to let's actually take templates. Doesn't really matter which one because I have all examples currently. Well, let's take templates and then do toggle settings first, I guess. We open up toggle here. Then all we should have to do is to go into events, custom event, give it the name reset to defaults, and this has to be a coroutine because there's a weight unit down there. And that should be it. Then it's as if you loaded it for the first time. Wait, actually, this does not work. What am I doing? This is not enough. I'm an idiot. I forgot we actually need some functionality in here. I'm not thinking about that. Because if we just plug it in, it's just gonna load whatever was saved last, which is not what we want. We wanted to take the defaults, so how do we do that again? Do we have a save setting? Nope. And then we save this depth of field model get. Fiddlesticks. I didn't think about this. Did not think about this. Crap. Can I actually do this way then? Because the brilliance of putting it onto the sliders and stuff would be that I could continue the rest of the code's execution and then it would update the UI elements because we already made all that work. But the problem is that we need to actually retrieve the default settings. And those settings are gonna vary for every single slider because it's different kinds of settings. Which means applying them would be a bit of a pain. Because it all comes down to this save here. Oh wait, does it? I mean, I don't technically have to save anything. That is also handled elsewhere. But what we do need to do is to retrieve the value though. Which in this case, for instance, is this part, but this is specific to depth of field model. Then there's one for every single other of these. Because the settings manager is the one that, surprise, surprise, manages the actual settings. It just gets an event call with the actual setting that it should manipulate. So, what happens if this is run? It gets it and then it saves it, but it doesn't apply anything. Right. This whole applying of the settings to this menu in here happens when those on the UI elements themselves, not by the manager. That one just takes care of the saving and loading of variables, pretty much. Except for down here where it has to set them. because you're actively changing them. This is a bit of a headache. Not gonna lie. Because I'm thinking of a myriad of ways how to do this. But which is the best? Well, maybe I can use this logic here. So let's see. But instead of doing a load game, then we take it from the defaults. Can I do that? Because the thing is, the buttons don't, and sliders, they don't have a reference to the original settings in any way. Settings manager does though, right? And I do have a reference to settings manager, so I can just retrieve it that way through if needed be, but let's see if that's actually the case. Nah, that wouldn't work. That would not work. Because it would somehow have to know exactly which setting in there that it would have to retrieve given the string. But the string is just something I define for my save and load system. So it doesn't matter what I call these. This is just for my own sanity's sake. And then when loading them, of course, you know, it knows exactly where to load it because it's the same name, obviously. Conundrum indeed. Because these are the events where we set the variables according to the slider variables and toggles and whatnot. So again, no reference to the original default settings. Oh, that's true. I don't even use that default settings thing that I have anywhere. Because it's all the default settings are on the settings manager when you start. So they only exist temporarily until it's done its loading sequence. At which point all these variables get changed because these are the actual in-game settings, right? Isn't that how it works? Let's just see. Yeah, so as soon as I load the game, all these variables in the inspector for the settings manager change accordingly. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, that means as soon as you change a single setting, the default settings kind of get corrupted, and then they get saved down, and then they're loaded. Hmm. What would be a good way of dealing with this? Because I could, of course, make a copy of all these settings onto the... But that would also be stupid. Hmm. And it has to be so generic that I can also use it for sound settings and what else not might come across my way. So how the fuck would I do that? Hmm. And I don't want to put them into like a bunch of graph-based variables, and then I mean it might have to do it that way at the end of the day. A stupid approach would be to generate the default settings on first time you run the game in a separate folder. But that would also be really annoying to do. Because then I would need to add like something to the save data path. Which I could actually do rather easily now that I think about it. Because all I'd have to do is to do a sequence of 3 steps here. Yeah, once with like it doesn't really matter which order I do them in, but one which is the actual settings that you'll be changing, and then you run a change to the save data path. Actually, it would have to be 4 in this case sequence. But then you change the save data path and then save the default settings to another folder called like options settings / default /. And then you would just need to use that data path whenever you're loading the variables to be reset as the defaults. It would mean that you're generating this data at runtime the first time you launch the game, but afterwards those variables have been initialized, and it would be easy to work with at least. Question is, would it cause any problems if I do it like that? I guess this has to be run on enable, meaning that it won't even get to the start events until this has been carried out. So let's fucking just try it and see what happens. So that would be the minimal amount of code that I would have to change too. Let's see. Let's hook this up. a new, because this is also going to be a free step sequence now. And then we're going to run it through here. So the least amount of steps would have me do the there'll be 4, but it would have me do this first. Defaults slash. So first we set the path to default settings. Then we run does a save file and the defaults folder exist for every single variable. Then we change the settings and then we run it again, but this time for a different folder, which will have it generated all again. The only unfortunate thing is that we're technically setting all the settings twice. But I think that's okay because we're only doing it the very first time we're starting the game. After that, it'll never do this again. Right? Well, actually, it'll load them all twice. So maybe that isn't such a good way to do it. Unless I add some kind of bool check. Which could be just was defaults initialized and then save that down into a file as well in the defaults folder. Then make that another step. Like an extra step for this first part of the sequence here. Technically second. I think that might be the best I can do. So here, what do we call it? Generated defaults? Generated defaults, as in like it has generated default settings files. And we don't need to run it through there, but right, because it has to run that, and then as the third step, actually, it has to check, does this exist? If not, then do we have generated defaults? And then instead of doing settings, data path, we could do this one, like just use the string directly. Because we need to make sure that that is the one that we're checking in this case. So, does this file exist? No? Okay, then we generate things. And actually, we can make this even better. We can make this a free step sequence instead. And then we follow this through here, just like before. Might have to move things around a little bit, so let's see. So then if we don't have these files, we set the data path to this. And we might actually want a sequence here. Actually, I could do this as a for sequence and then just do it there as well. Do that. Just to keep the flow a little bit cleaner. Because then here we need to go down and do that. Let's move you over to the left and do that without looking too crazy, at least. Just like a detour, it's like, oh, we're going up here. And then we run that down there, generate the defaults. And then as a part of the sequence here, we need to generate this file. That would be a save. And it doesn't really even matter what it is. Like it can be a bool, it doesn't even have to be set to anything actually. It just needs to be a file, it just needs to exist. And actually wait. Wait. Change my mind again. Let's do this three-step sequence. Because I just realized that we need the sequence to be here after all. Because then after here, it needs to do two things. It first needs to generate all the default save files. And then once it's done with that, then we tell it to also save down a bool, which we just use as a file to check. So mark defaults as generated, I guess we can call it. And then this is also the identifier for that. So does generated defaults exist? No. Then we go through and using this data path in defaults, we generate all the files there. Then we save that we've like a file to indicate that we've done it so that the next time we start the game, it doesn't do this process. And then it just continues as it was before. So that's basically just this extra conditional code that's being run. And now the idea is that we take this data path here. This is what we need. In our toggle, for instance. Let's actually give this a name or box. Default settings data path. Because that's exactly what it is. And then we need we need this. This is a settings data path. But we need it to be the one for don't need to wait for initializing at this point, of course. Now we just need to actually run this, but from the default saves location. So what does it say? Settings, manager, settings, safe data path, get. I mean, we could make our things a little bit cleaner, I guess. So instead of relying on a separate string, or two things borrowing the same string, we probably should just have a separate data path for that one. Still set it by script, but settings default save data path, because that also means I can just reference this whenever I need it at any given point in time in any script. Which also reduces the margin of error, right? I don't have the potential of accidentally typing in the wrong thing. It also means if I ever want to change this, I just have to change it one place, but I don't think I will ever have to. I don't see why. But who knows? Maybe someday, like, oh, don't save it in the root folder of the game or something. Might be a thing. And then I can just change it in here and it'll like save it in app data or whatever. It's like in this considered normal. Sweet. So settings manager, save data path, and it's the defaults. Yeah, and then we need to do things a little bit of a different order here as well. Yeah, it's not going to be a big deal if I do it this way. Should be fine. Now we need to make sure that we actually set the data path as the first step. And then does this not exist? And then we can continue just like before. Doopy doop. And then I can just like plug the strings of this in here. Because then it's always going to do both. And the reason why I want to do both is because right here, we're using the setting save data path. So for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to reuse the same variable here, but basically also save it in a separate string so that I can reference it other places. So it's the same variable. But I also needed to make sure that this is actually run. So it'll go up here, generate those. Then if there's no defaults, it'll continue. And then it's the sequence 2, which is then again setting the save data path. And then it will load everything if it doesn't need to do the defaults. That should be good. That should work at least. That means in here we do settings manager. Let's just see, we should be able to find like this. Yes. We get the default data path for this one. And plug it in instead. Because then it's the same file name, but in a different location. Which is also why it's pretty good that we reuse the code in the settings manager, because that means that I shouldn't be able to make any mistakes. Because if I change the name of these variables, for instance, I only change it in one place, and it's going to generate both the defaults and the ones that are going to be used by the game. So I do technically have the ability to still, you know, I do need to insert it in two places, and ideally I would just use this variable here in all of these as well, but that would just be really messy, so that's why I'm not doing it. But yeah, it'll run through this twice, and that ensures that both exist using the same identifier, which is at least pretty smart. And then we call the argument to reset to defaults, where we check, I mean, we don't even need to do an exists because it should exist, but we can have a failsafe here if somehow you're able to try and reset your options before they've initialized, but that shouldn't even be possible. But that's kind of besides unnecessary thinking. The main point is that now we're just loading the variable from the defaults according to the name that's also being used to load and change the settings that are being run. But we're doing it here. And unlike when we're loading the game, I actually need to make sure that this is run. Oh, I just realized there's actually the possibility that this doesn't get run. Because if it toggles it from is on to is on, then it doesn't register as a change, does it? No. That is actually a bit of a problem. Well, I mean, the fix is simply to just plug it in there. Then it'll run through it, and then if it's set to on, then it'll run through it again, but it'll just run the same thing twice and shouldn't switches, like basically toggle it on and off. So far so good though. This is just one thing. I also need to do it for the slider and the multiple choice thing. The drop down. So here we don't have a toggle is on, but we've got a value slider set. And we do a loading here. So again with the identifier. There we go. Oh, right. I can't add it just like that, do I? Can I? Again, this is also a saved default, so it doesn't matter any rounding because it shouldn't. This is getting a little bit messy though. See if we can't clean that up a little bit, just so I can actually see what the frick is going on here. Okay, I think that's decent. And then we just need one more. Because I don't have to change any, that's the brilliance of doing it this way. I don't have to change any naming of strings or anything here. All done in one place. And we got the drop down setting here. And that is an integer, because it's an index of items, which is super, super simple. Might have to do like a branch thing here. Control on flow, and we would need free. Here's this one, and then we've got this one. B, this is A. It exists, yes. And then we need to load that in there, but with a different value because that's being loaded from a default. And that should be it. Let's see, I did get a message on Discord. Who's that? That's Toto. Build recovery journal. Oh, that seems, I think that's like a Tomboy thing. All right. Back to OBS. Just making sure it wasn't something super critical that I read right away. You never know. At that, and we had the slider. Okay, so this should work, he says confidently. As always. And of course it'll only work like you could technically fuck this up by overriding the defaults, I think. Or no, actually I don't even think you could do that because it doesn't apply the defaults until it's loaded all the, or it doesn't apply the settings until after it's loaded. That's true. So actually even like the files and such, you couldn't, well, you could kind of fuck up the defaults by replacing them with save values. Then those are going to be your defaults, I suppose. But that's not something, like if you do that, then you're just asking for trouble. And that's not something I want to care about changing. Let's just see. Yeah, so now we have our default settings in here with all the FOV and everything. So let's see if this actually works. Oh shit. Right. First of all, that's the template menu, so obviously that's not that's not where we're gonna be. And I forgot that I haven't configured the whole confirm reset thing. silly me. Oh yeah, it's the confirm button that has the functionality, I forgot. Right, and I didn't even make one for the templates, so that's cool. Okay. Let's see, how do we do this again? So we have our graphic settings in this case, and this is the confirmed template, which obviously we're not going to be changing in. We are going to touch on the confirm default graphics, and we do need the yes button for this. Reset settings UI list. So it should be just a simple matter of, all right, not as simple, but ooh. Yeah, this is going to be tough to manage because they're just going to have really generic names. Ooh. But there's no better way that I can figure out how to think of how to do this. We can get around that problem, of course, but yeah, I would need to like add the sliders and the toggles. So if we lock the UI here, just for demonstration purposes, so these, all of these, they would need to be dragged into the reset UIs list, which I can do, right? So those are the set game objects, but here they're just referred to as slider, toggle, drop down. Now you can click these to figure out which one this slider is and this slider is. But I think this would probably be better. So DOF toggle focus distance slider, use FOV, focal length slider, and finally kernel size drop down, because that way I at least from at a glance can see if there's anything that's missing when shit breaks, if I use this moving forward as a strategy. Because these hierarchies are going to be pretty crazy when there's more than just, you know, the field. Because there's all the post-processing things in here, like bloom is going to be in here, and anti-aliasing as well. And who knows what else, like vignettes and what else you can find. Including on, you know, in the grand scheme of things, once I figure out how to do that, all the shaders that I have and have made. But for the time being, that should just be it for the yes button. So on pressed reset to defaults, the event gets sent and then it disables itself afterwards. So make sure to send all the events first and then it's like done. Assuming it works as intended. Okay, so those are all our default settings. because we did just start the game with default settings. Try and change these. Just to completely like... This is now completely messed up, right? So does this work? Yes! Yes! Oh, the feeling when it works the first time. Please say it also. I didn't check the drop down. Please. Damn it. I should have seen that coming. Damn it. Why does that one not work? Because I have the drop down. All the others should work, right? Oh, that feels really good though. It's nice. It's nice. And this is just for resetting the graphics. So if you want to reset to defaults, at least you can do so for just a category at a time. I could also say like reset to defaults in this hierarchy, actually moving underneath depth of field and say reset depth of field settings or something, and then only have that reset button affect the depth of field in case you like tweaked a bunch of stuff. It might actually be a nice feature for this, because there is a lot of visual elements in the game, and I could imagine like it would be a pain if you figured out what you wanted your depth of field to be, but then some of the other aspects like bloom and such you wanted to reset the defaults. But now it's going to reset everything, but one step at a time. Also mute Unity. So, is it because... Is it not on this? It is. Oh. Well, that definitely doesn't work. Oops. Now it should work though. But man, that was very satisfying that it just, everything just reset back to defaults and just worked out of the box. I do hope that the rest of it also works, but I don't see why it shouldn't. Okay, the kernel size does work now. It just works. Why does it say false though? Wait a minute. Oops. That should do the trick though. First need to make sure that it actually generates the defaults file into the folder. Otherwise it's gonna do it every run. Which won't be a problem, mind. Like, it's not gonna break anything. Everything else is still gonna work. It just means that you generate all those files anew, or at least save them anew every time. Okay, so first time, false, of course, and then it runs the whole thing. And now if you press start, it goes here and it's like, hey, this thing exists, let's skip all this extra work, and then it doesn't do all that. Nice. And of course it's loaded our last saved settings, but we can reset the defaults and that still works just like a charm. Cool. Okay, I'm actually pretty happy with that. I am actually very, very happy with that. I'm gonna be honest, I was a little bit worried that we wouldn't be able to do something simple here, but this is actually pretty simple. Most importantly because it doesn't require me to remember extra steps when I'm implementing more settings later down the line. And then in the future, what I can do is I can add a sequence here that they also get fed into, which has multiple steps, like a configurable amount of steps. What actually happens if you set this to 1? It will let you do that, okay. The idea is that we feed it in through here, just like before. But now I have the option to put all of this junk into a super unit. So it doesn't take space in here, basically. Because otherwise, like, this is just for DOF, depth of field, right? Otherwise, it'd be rather problematic. Hmm. And that also means that all the post-processing effects for settings for depth of field is actually implemented now. Cool. Yeah, so you can fully configure depth of field now. It's actually really good. That was the main reason why I even started this fucking crusade. It's because the depth of field turned out to be resolution dependent. So it's crucial that you'd be able to change it in even the demo, actually. Turned out to be a little bit more involved than I had bargained for, but we've made a lot of cool stuff in the process, though. Now, we do the units. I can just type it in, can I? Super unit. And we need a singular control input that we just call enter. And then we call this one DOF or depth of field. Never really understood why the O in DOF is capitalized. That does leave me with these though, but we can just remove it from that and then add them in with the rest. See, how do we go about this? Because I need to be able to select everything in one go, just for convenience sake. What's this down here again? That's a save button. Okay. That means I can take all of this fucking logic here and just rip it and insert it into here. Gonna take a little while, probably. That wasn't actually that bad. So here we have all that logic again. And now we do a sequence in here. Oh wait, actually no. Can't just simply do it like that. Do need to do something else. What would be a good way of doing this? Because the benefit of having these variables run in here makes it so that it's, you know, where like it's together with the rest of the logic associated with these variables. Let's just set that up first. With all of this down here being event based, of course. But we could actually do just that too. We could add a an event in here, which might be a cleaner way of doing things. Trigger custom event. Because then we can trigger the event here and say initialize raf variables bliss with a. Nah. No, wait, this is the triggering of the event. This is the one that we need in here at least. There we go. So that means once we're done with all of these shenanigans, we can actually just add this into this step where the others were before. And it's much cleaner. Because that means I don't need like individual flow arrows or whatever connections going into each and every one of the super units. Now I can just like, it's like wireless redstone basically. Thinking about it. It's funny. But yeah, then this is all we're gonna need in here. So now we can add another super unit for bloom and for what else we need. And then just hide all the ugly functionality in there. Wait, why is this grayed out? Oh shit. Seems like I managed to lose that one connection. There we go, that's fixed. And that could have caused problems. Why I don't like moving things around too much. But I felt that this was necessary. And yeah, and I can chuck these wherever I want, but this is fine with me. So yeah. Also hide this templates button up here because I don't really need that anymore. And we should be Gucci. And I could technically just add this reset to defaults button directly. I don't even think I need to change anything for it to work in this hierarchy. Would maybe be a little bit confusing because the text does not, like when the pop-up says, it just asks, do you want to reset? So this line of text would have to explicitly state what it is that it's resetting. But that's a problem for another day. I think the next thing I want to look at might be setting up the actual contents for the rest of these. Like, we have post-processing now, but sound is next up on the menu pretty much. What the fuck has happened to my Wise layout? What the shit? What? Why does the designer layout look so weird? Like squashed and everything. Yeah? What happened? Well, I guess I can just reset it. But yeah, in Wise, we do have these audio buses here. And currently sound is actually going through these audio buses. We just can't change them in game. So the next step would be to figure out how to allow me to change the volume of these buses, or however you do that. There's like some clever way to do that. That would be the next step. Then of course this is the master audio bus. Changing this is like basically your global audio level. Okay, Toto. Okay. Okay. Also, that's probably where we're gonna stop for today. Because I am mentally spent. And I need to take a little mental break. Yo, Toto, how's Kepler doing for you? I don't know if you were in here when Selfile was talking to or writing. Seems like a fairly short game, in my opinion. But maybe that's just me. The Mako level already? No, but it feels like I'm halfway through the game. And Selfire said that he'd beat it yesterday and he'd played it for 20 something hours. And that's including getting achievements, like end-game achievement hunting. So based on my current progress, I mean, I've taken out half of all the bosses in the game, and it feels like utilizing some of the systems in the game drastically speeds up your progress. I picked up a gold spear, and I was previously wielding a fine iron sword. Still work in progress though. I mean, it's 1.0 release though. But yeah, true, they're probably not just gonna up and leave the game. Still, yeah, a gold spear. It was actually I picked up a gold spear and for like less than 2,000. I know, but I was wielding a fine iron sword before that. The sword did 20 something damage. The spear does like 60 or 80 something damage. And considering that I just had to buy it and basically got it for free, you know, seems a little bit too easy, because I haven't even started making silver armor. I just completely skipped silver almost, at least for my melee weapon. So with that in mind, it seems like whenever you beat a boss, you can just like go out exploring, and then if you're lucky, you can just buy up some of the things that you want. Heck, I even beat the last boss here really quickly because of just being able to buy explosive silver arrows. I didn't have enough silver to make the arrows myself, but buying them was really fucking cheap. Only like a few hundred or so for several hundreds worth of explosive arrows. And I kind of like just beat the boss really easily. So it's still a good game. It reminds me a lot of Core Keeper though. So it's like Core Keeper, but with RimWorld aesthetics. And of course there's the gene system, which Core Keeper does not have, but has other things instead. But otherwise, yeah, gameplay wise, it's very, very, very similar. Not necessarily a bad thing. I can see that Spoons is actually playing Keplerov. Growlcall is also playing Keplerov. So do we want to see how far ahead Spoons is? He seems to be a little bit further ahead than me, or about the same level. But yeah, let's raid Spoons at the end of the stream today, and I will see you all tomorrow. More game development and so forth, and then in the weekend we'll have to see what game we play. Because I have the opportunity. Peak is looking at the 7 Days to Die server today, by the way. He did pop in earlier, and it's his day off, so
darkness is nigh.
Yes. Well, it would be the Undead Legacy, not Darkness Falls. But that server is probably coming up and running today if we can get the world gen to work. So, but yeah, that basically means I have 7 Days to Die, I have Keplerov, but I also have Shipbreaker, which was actually a game I wanted to show off in this previous weekend, but just I ended up doing Vintage Story instead. So like there's a lot of options for next weekend, and there's still all the RTS games too. So make your choice, I guess. But yeah, look forward to that in the weekend. Some of those stuff. It's gonna be a surprise, I guess. Other than that, of course, I'll be here tomorrow and the day after. And otherwise, I'll see you when I see you. So have a good one for now, and we'll rate Spoons, and goodbye.